And good morning. It's the 26th of July, Friday. Feeling like stink here, I suppose, flooding in places. Weather's magical rare. So quite an interesting market these last few days. You can see the report here for the CPI, which came in 2.6 over 2.3 or 5, I think was the forecast. The overnight is just a continual grind higher and pretty disappointing because I was standing here watching it last night and I thought I should just put on a long and see how it plays out. I'd have been pretty happy about that. Yesterday's trade, let's see a bigger picture maybe. Yesterday's trade was, you could say that it was rotational, but it's quite a, come on, man. It was quite a wild rotational day. Pretty big, violent swings. A lot of toothy, jagged profile here. And then last night. So, based on the relationships here, we're looking to open higher in range. The way the open types are identified again are the relationship, the potential open of the upcoming RTH period as it relates to the range and the close of the previous RTH period. So there you go. There's that. Now, we had as I said, the CPI out this morning, and I think that's about it for numbers. 2.5, and it came in at 2.6, correct? We got the Michigan one-year inflation, which is usually a pretty big number, and it's out at 9. For some reason, it's only at 2 stars, but it has usually is a market mover. Then we've got Atlanta Fed, Baker Hughes rig count, DFTC expectations and stuff. So that's the only 3-star major impact numbers are out. That was core CPI. And then this Michigan number, as I said, at 9. All times that I speak about and that you see on my charts and wherever, computers and stuff, are Central Standard Time. So whenever I say time, I'm talking Central Standard, and I'm not going to say that every time because it's boring. So we have the quite a volatile period of trading the last few days. Quite a volatile period the last couple of days, with pretty good swings even on the ES. Maybe easier seen on the micro composite chart here, which is this one, and you can see where we've got the gap down here, and I'll talk about this chart in a couple of minutes. The statistics are pushed from IRT to Bookmap. I mean, the price levels, and the statistics are derived from a homework study, which is done here. I'll quickly go through I'm going to do this micro composite while I'm here. I'm adjusting the way I do my pre-market so that it's easier. I could just have the timestamps for the stream typed up once, and then I really forget about it. This is the pre-market or the micro composite, which is just a chart, a daily bar chart. Each bar represents a day, and they are RTH only. Wherever prices, where prices overlapping like these here, I draw a volume profile around that, and then there is a value area, and most importantly, there's a micro composite volume profile over here, or a micro composite POC, sorry. And the green lines that you see are the high volume nodes, which are automatically calculated by IRT and which are pushed to Bookmap. What I've done now is, since you see this big breakout, this huge down day, and then yesterday was a real interesting one. It was a doji almost the entire day with just no, just a little line here. And right at the close, they put this in it. Now, whether that's going to stick or not, I don't know, but I've updated my micro composite POC to what you see here at 54.70 half. So we'll see how that pans out. Anyway, back to the basics then. The price levels are pushed from IRT, and the statistics are gotten from this study, which I have done in IRT. Again, the only criteria is the relationship between the upcoming RTH open to the previous RTH close and range. So we're going to be opening higher today in range, as we talked about. You can see that real easy right here. This is yesterday, and this is the overnight. Here's yesterday's close. Here we are. Here's yesterday's range. So we are higher in range. Okay, that's the only criteria here. Now, so we will be looking to open in this with these statistics, and they will be the way this works is there's 2,004 days. Of the 2,004 days backlook, we opened 589 days higher in range. So the price levels overnight POC, for example, the probability that price in the upcoming RTH period will touch or come back and tag, revisit, whatever you want to say, the overnight POC is 83.0% of the time. So we jump over here to the overnight VPOC, which is right here, 84.0. Yeah, that's it. And I will put those in for the various levels. The overnight high, for example, 74.5. The overnight mid, which is always the second, you're pretty much always the second highest statistic, at 77.6. Wait a minute. That's the art. Wow, that's interesting. The RTH mid and that can't be right. There we go. There we go. And now the overnight low, which is way down here in the corn patch, someplace right there. 50.3. Where am I going there? Oh, it's right on the close. Huh? It's covered up by the previous day's close. What was that? 59.3, if I'm not mistaken. 50.3. Okay. Now, these are not set in stone, going to definitely happen, but they are a probability that when we open, change this here to higher in range. And this is just a note to me for when I'm looking at this 2 weeks from now or whatever else, I can say, oh, it was higher in range open type. And there's this statistics associated with these different levels. It's changing this name is only for my benefit. So I'll continue to do that for other levels that I think might be valuable. A word about the columns here in the Bookmap setup. This is the dome, obviously. This is a high time frame column, which I enter manually, and these values are pulled across or obtained from the micro composite. So this is a previous micro composite POC. And I changed the text color to black for previous ones. This is the current micro composite VPOC from by drawing that new composite around those last 2 days, which I just talked about a minute ago over there on the micro composite chart. This is a naked volume point of control, which isn't a naked volume point of control anymore. Let's just make sure that's not the overnight. And then this is the micro composite low. This is a previous micro composite VPOC, which is just below that again. Let me just look at something there. And that is the RVPOC. So that's the POC from yesterday's regular trading session. And I always mark that as a naked volume point of control because it's the most recent auction. Okay. This is the full session volume profile right here. Started at 1700 last night. This is the RTH volume profile, which was from yesterday. It will reset this morning at 8:30. This is the delta associated with that, and the chart volume profile, which plots what data you see on the chart. You can scroll in, you can scroll out, and it changes. I've already talked about these levels, which I put in. I will also start flagging the movement of the POC at the open. And then these are the price levels, which are automatically pushed by IRT. There are no indicators on my charts, either Bookmap or IRT. There is the VWAP for both ETH and RTH. I guess that's kind of an indicator because it is calculated the weighted average price. There is the mid, pretty obvious, for the IRT. There are two POCs. One is the more muted yellow color, which is for the full session, and a brighter one, which is down here. We were just looking at that. The brighter yellow one is for the RTH session. Now, these levels, none of these levels are mysterious or magical or anything. They're just common sense or math calculated. The POC is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's why it moves. This is the POC for yesterday's RTH, so obviously it doesn't go anywhere. This is the POC for the overnight, and it moves, and it will continue to. When there's more contracts traded here at some other level, this will change, and it will change throughout the day because they will both change after 8:30. This one will change throughout the day because it started at 1700 last night. It'll go to 1600 tonight. The price or the heat map over here is just a graphic representation of liquidity in the book. This annoying bracketing algo here, for whatever reason they've started doing that, kind of disrupts the ability to look at the heat map, or at least a little bit for me. I don't understand the logic behind why they're doing that. But a word about that, because I think I'm going to sneeze here. Hold on. Excuse me. Yeah, here's the part about this bracket that bothers me. I don't know why they're doing it. I can't understand what they gain from doing that. And it's got to be a high frequency, very well funded, or I don't say high frequency, high time frame, very well funded trader or traders that are doing it. Because in order to even to put an order in the book for over 1,000 contracts here, you've got to have a really, really, really big account. Okay. That's not a retail guy. That is some large company that is bracketing this for some reason. And what they're doing there, I don't know. Because they've got all this liquidity just bracketing price, and it never is touched by price. So I don't understand I don't understand the benefit. If they're not trading, they're not trying to push price one way or the other, because price never gets in there. I don't get it. But anyway, so that's what that bracketing algo is all about. Okay. Now we need to, I've been having a lot of problems with Bookmap, lagging and jumping and doing a bunch of stuff. So I made some configuration changes last night, and I'll be real cautious and just kind of watch things today. Bookmap does record everything. I have it set to do that so that's good. And the stream record. So I have proof I can show the software or the support people what the hell's going on if it doesn't get sort itself out. Anyway, the next thing to do here is to turn on the multi-brackets, which is my 2-lot risk-neutral package for trading. Both contracts have a 12-tick stop. First risk-neutral scale is at positive 12 ticks, and then the runner's at 48. And the next thing I have to do is turn on the trader control panel here, and I select the DOM rather than chart or both, because I don't want my mouse to be able to initiate trades over here in this live data area. I've made a couple of mistakes trying to move a target or something. And if you click over here, you've entered a trade. So that's not good. So that's turned on. Now it's set to trade. One more part of that trade plan is that I have to have an unobstructed path to that first scale. So if I was down here on the IB high and I wanted to target the POC, I would have to have 3 points clear, 74 to 81. So that's more than enough, because this is an obstacle, right? So I would want to wait till I got over that obstacle in order to try to put in that trade. It's just a filtering factor or a qualification that the entry would not be qualified if there's not a clear path. So if you were, somewhere and you had a whole bunch of liquidity or levels in your way, you couldn't do it. You couldn't. That is not a valid entry for me. So that's that. Okay, man, hold on. So I'm very hopeful that this thing works right today, and that I have an opportunity to make a trade. These last few days have had such phenomenal price action movement, and then a number of positive, of qualified setups and stuff, that it's just really, really disappointing. Okay. There's another discussion that's pretty important, I think, here, that is Trying to get my stuff organized here. I'd like to important way. It's really important the way that I approach, in my opinion, the way I approach the markets, and that is that I approach trading as a real business of statistics and probabilities, not a video game or a game of chance or gambling or whatever. And what I mean by that is the market is random all day. And the probability of the outcome of your very next trade is always 50-50. That's statistics. That's reality. So what you try to do is you try to establish or give yourself as much of an edge as possible. And the way you do that is you identify a setup with specific criteria. In other words, the context has to be the same. The parameters around the trade, the stop, the targets, the scale have to all be identical. And you have to have a specific or identifiable and repeatable parameters with regard to the setup, the qualifier for the setup, and the trigger. Once you identify that, for example, let's say it's the IB statistic that you're going to take out the IB high, which we can talk about later. That is a level, but the IB, by the way, is just the high and low of the first 1 hour of RTH session, nothing else. IB is an old market profile term in initial balance. But anyway, let's say you've got some trade that you associate with when price comes up and takes out the IB, you believe that it's going to go up. That's the IB continuation trade, IB high. So you establish what that is and the context of the day and the parameters, and then you capture at least 50 samples or data points of that exact setup. That's generally considered what is required to be statistically significant. Once that's accomplished, either by back testing or by forward testing, trading sim or something, then you identify mathematically, statistically, does it have an edge or not? Is there a probability of profit or, probability, edge, expectancy, whatever word you want to call that, they all mean the same thing. If there is a positive probability that trade with those specific parameters in that setup will make a profit, will generate a profit over a data set, over a sample set or a sample size of data. If it does, then that trade has a positive expectancy. You've vetted that trade, and your job as a trader is to take every instance of that trade that manifests or that presents itself through the course of a trading day. Mechanically, you take every one of them, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest favorably to your bank account that percentage of the edge. That's how it works. That's how the trading business really works. That's not just me saying that. That's, Jim Simmons, the guys at Citadel, the big people that trade successfully realize and know that it is a business of probabilities. And that's how they trade it. And if you think that sounds familiar, it is the exact business model for the gaming theory from the point of view of a casino. They play no games that don't have a predefined, pre-identified edge. Take 21, for example. They know, calculated long ago, that if they play 21 with the exact same rules every time, every hand is played exactly the same way, that they have a statistical probability of X percent, N percent. I don't know what that percentage is, but they do. And they know that the law of large numbers will manifest favorably or profitably to their account. When a gambler wins a big hand or a lot of money, they don't, shoot the dealer. They don't come run and change all the rules. They just steal the next hand. And their mission, their only goal is to deal as many hands as they possibly can. The law of large numbers works, manifests, and there you have profitability. And it's pretty obvious how well that works in the, if you've ever been to a casino town, it's pretty obvious who's making the money, right? So that's what I believe to be the real business of trading. It is a business of statistics and probabilities. The hard work is to identify and properly vet those, whichever, setups or trades, however you want to call it, that you have. And one of the nice things about it is because you've predefined it, you understand what all of the parameters and the moving parts of that setup of each of your setups is. Nothing is a surprise. If you have a trade that revolves around the IB high, then you see that trade starting to set itself up well before it does. And then when the trigger happens, you're there to execute. A big positive for the trader psychology, just like the risk neutral trade, where once that scale is off, the worst that can possibly happen to you. Once your risk neutral scale target has been hit of plus 12 ticks, the worst that can happen is a scratch, unless you are stupid and move the stop away from the entry. But you just leave everything alone, and the worst that can happen is a scratch, and then you can start trade management by, once you get in profitability substantially, you can start trailing the stop up for trade management or whatever. But never move the stop away, and after that scale is hit, there's no pressure to you or your account. So that's and obviously the ultimate objective of every trader is to be able to trade tomorrow. So risk neutral or risk preservation, risk awareness, risk adversity, whatever you want to call it, controlling your risk and being able to protect your account is the most important part. And every trader takes stops. The best traders in the world take stops. Everybody does, because the market is random. Stops are a cost of doing business. So I'll get ready for my post to the TLab here, which I do every morning at 8:20. The TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And I believe he's the only guy that I would recommend, even within the Bookmap people and Bookmap, other Bookmap presenters or whatever they are, educators. He's been trading 45 years, his own account, very successfully, down to earth. Most importantly, he has nothing to sell. He's not pimping, indicators or come join my chat room or I'm going to give you training or any of that crap. It's just exactly sharing his philosophies and his way of looking at the market and mentoring or whatever you want to call it, free. And you don't even have to be a Bookmap subscriber to participate. You just need to sign up for the Bookmap Discord chat, obviously, or Discord server, obviously. And the link to that's in the description here. So I'll do that post at 8:20, and then we're all set for the market open. I'll be right back. So, okay, here we go. I don't know whether these times are. Now I'll tweak the times and get them right. I'm going to try to get this thing set up so that I can just roll through the pre-market and the stream start up through the TLab story and pretty much on script every day. And then after that would come any anomalies or trades until I figure out find some way that I can automatically put these markers in. I don't guess I can do. Okay, so we got 10 minutes until the open. That wasn't much of a market there. Pretty annoyed by these brackets. There's supposedly an add-on called something heat trader map light, or I don't know what. You can filter that out. Doesn't seem to make any sense to me. That anyway. I'm not sure. So you filter out all things, say over 200 contracts. That means that this stuff would go away, but then any major levels of 200 contracts or more are going to be filtered out. So you're not going to see real resting liquidity. I don't know. I guess I'm more curious about why the hell they're doing it. As I said earlier, there's no reason. They have to have. It has to be a serious high time frame player with a huge account to put that kind of order in the book. You can't spoof. I can't go spoof. 1,000 orders at some price level. I don't have the account size for it. You have to have that account size, that ability to put the order in the book, even if it's, your intention is 100% to spoof and you have no intention of trading. That still doesn't matter. You still have to have that horsepower to put that order in there. That's the part I find puzzling. Otherwise, could you imagine all the dorks that think they're going to be like that one fellow whose name I never remember, that young boy that was trading in his bedroom in England there and caused the flash crash. Incredible. Definitely gifted kid. I hope he's back trading and making money and, helping his family and his neighborhood and whatever out with his amazing skills. Of course, did absolutely nothing different than the market makers do every day. I don't mean market makers necessarily, but the likes of, Citadel and Goldman and those guys, that are busy slamming the book all over and spoofing here and spoofing there. And everybody knows that, including the SEC. But, because they had some kid they could hammer, they did. They did let him go, actually, with suspension, or I don't know what it was called. Because he was real helpful and he just explained to them exactly what he did and why. And they, in their heart of hearts, knew he was doing absolutely nothing different than had happened every day up to that point and continues to happen every day now. So, at least they didn't try to make an example and, put him in prison for life and all that shit. They just brought him over here and he testified and they said, oh, he was such a big help to the SEC that they recommended to the judge no sentence or no penalty or anything like that. I think, what do you call it? Suspended sentence or something. So they were at least stand up about it. The government would stand up about it towards him, which is good. So here we go. Coming up to 8:30. The open. The next number will be Michigan at 9. Top of the hour. Not much happened over here. I'm pretty disappointed about the that I didn't just trade that overnight. I may start doing that. Just the overnight has been pretty much more directional lately, and wouldn't be having all these bookmap issues. I'm a real cautious person in that I don't generally succumb to FOMO. I definitely try to be aware of it, and I don't trade if I think there's any question with my setup or my rig. So I'll be very cautious to watch these high volume areas like the open and the close. That's where the issues have been happening. Yesterday, I noticed that I was sitting here looking at a potential trade, and all of a sudden I noticed the price just suddenly jump about a minute in time along the time scale here, and price just boop, go completely crazy. I have that recorded. It's on the stream. The last few minutes of the stream, you can easily see it. And I will see what's happened. I'll try to get a hold of Bookmap, and if it happens again today, then I did a bunch of things over the evening. I installed uninstalled some random add-on crap that I had, and I changed some settings in the performance area, which I had messed with. So we'll see what happens today. I'm always conscious of the fact that I don't want to start being one of these, whiny, cry assholes to support when it's my problem. So I try to make sure that I haven't done something wrong, and that it's, for example, when this first started happening with my delays and anomalies. We're just coming out of I'm in Houston currently, unfortunately, but that's where we're at. So we had just come through Beryl, the hurricane, and I wanted to be sure that it wasn't some related anomaly to the reconstruction of, getting not that we were very fortunate, didn't lose power, but the internet had to be affected all kinds of places. I'm on a pretty high speed fiber, 1 gig fiber. But I would suppose that, around with over 2 million people out of power and trees down, there had to be some impact, I would guess. So I was kind of waiting for that to get back to normal and trying to be a little patient before I started whining and crying to Bookmap. But if it doesn't come right and it isn't sorted out, that I am starting to look into other trading alternative ways, which is really disappointing because I like the Bookmap functionality. I don't use all of the horse shit that they have going on, but I like the fact that I'm dyslexic and my eyes are getting worse as I get older. So reading a dome, I've had Jigsaw for years. So reading a dome is tough for me. And I really, really like the heat map and the liquidity. The fact that this is an indicator or an add-on, it just draws a line based on the same criteria as the cloud notes column. So in other words, the developing value area line here, which comes from IRT to push this labeled right here in the column, is the same thing that puts this line by that little add-on or whatever it's called. Yeah, add-on. By that little add-on, it puts this line on the chart, which is really handy. It's easy for me the more things like this green line for the IBs, high or low, the more something like that, the less likely it is for me to become myopic and miss a level, for example. You understand what I'm saying? So I like that. I have the cloud notes for here. I have this. As I said, I don't have any calculated indicators or anything else. So I would think, and this computer is, hold on one second. I got coffee is kicking my head loose here. Hold on. I build my own trading machines, and this one is a i9 12900K on a ProArt, on an Asus ProArt motherboard in a test rack, which I find to be the best. It's got 64 gigs DDR5 RAM. 3080, I think, is the lighter. Probably the weak link of the chain is the GPU, which is a 3080 or 3060. NVIDIA RTX, all of that stuff. Name slips my mind at the moment, but ain't the total spec. But when I run run the crate, which shows all the specs of all the components in the computer, they're all running at 20-30%. So, and temps are all fine. So it can't be a hardware calculation problem, I don't believe. I think it's a problem within Bookmap. That's what I think at this point. So that's what I'm trying to sort out before I become all reactive. And another thing that's pretty handy here is on IRT. This is the Bookmap TLab chart, which I'll post up right now. Actually, I'll do that right this minute here for you. So this is just a chart I put together, or a view I put together a long time ago to help people in the TLab who don't have the facility of a platform like IRT, which shows them all the levels and stuff they need to. It started out kind of answering questions, because used to be a lot of what's the POC? Can anybody tell me the POC? That kind of thing. So I figured, well, here's a chart that shows you every damn thing you could possibly want to answer or ask, and we'll see. And I've been doing that for a year or two now. Yeah. So yeah, there we go. That's the plot. That is the plot I do every. Oh, and this. Yeah, I shut it off. Anyway, that was the TLab, which is also there is it's a really good community of people that are all serious about trading. It's not a bunch of bullshit whiners, Reddit types, or at least they're quiet. If they're in there, they're quiet. So that's also very, very good, I think. Anyway, so that's enough of that. Anyway, that's why the TLab chart has come to pass, and now we'll be opening in a few minutes. So I will. What I was going to say was here. Now we get back to this lag story. IRT is running on the same rhythmic connection as an add-in as Bookmap, right? So it's the same exact data feed, and there's a lag, or whatever you call it, right up here. And it's easy for me to just these two monitors, this monitor and this monitor, are just side by side 32-inch 4Ks on a 4-monitor rack. That's my primary 2 trading screens. So when I see delays start to happen in Bookmap, it's easy for me to just glance over here, because it's the exact same data. It's being presented in the exact it's a different presentation, but it's all being calculated. There's actually more calculations, I believe, going on in IRT because it's calculating volume profile and all, POC, the same, no indicators, as I said before, but there's the, IBs, there's the mid, the VWAP for both the full session and the current and the RTH session. There's the developing POC, which is this yellow line. There's the fixed POC, which is the red one. So it's pushing the price levels across. So I think it's doing quite a bit of calculation. Plus, I have market profile, the NQ, the micro composite, and I also have the same setup for the micro ES. This is not micro, nor is this. This one is. So that's which I need to update. Actually, I didn't do that. So good for me. That's I didn't draw this profile yet. That damn thing does that every time. There we go. All right, so there's that. Now we will save that. Anyway, so there's more instruments and the data associated with them being captured and plotted on IRT. So I'm assuming the load's got to be similar. And if IRT is not lagging and jerking and jumping, then I don't expect Bookmap to. I used to have NQ and the micro ES. I got rid of both of those instruments completely. So I have one window and one instrument in Bookmap. And they talk about, up to 20, if you've got more than 20 windows open or 20 instruments or something like that, this thing will roll over and die. Anyway, so I updated my Bookmap yesterday to the latest and greatest version, which is something I don't remember what. 752 build 20 used to be, it's always been 7.5.0, but previous was build 16. So now it's build 20. I deleted a bunch of crap here. And these are not activated, so I don't think I need to delete them. I just have the break-even point. I've got the absorption and the price levels, which are these lines here that I talked about, or the price lines. And the price levels in this case is only plotting one price level, and that's the mid. The AVWAP, which is something I really don't like, but it's something they've initiated, and I only use it to plot the ETH VWAP. I use the old version, the other version for the RTH. This is multi-brackets, which I explained, and then the sweeps indicator. And the stops and icebergs on the chart. This is it. And there's a whole felonthora of, market pulse and all kinds of crap that they have. So I think I've got a real light footprint here on a very powerful system. So I really don't understand what the problem is. But if it's, if it doesn't come right now, the hurricane's behind us, and I suppose I do ping speed tests and stuff, and the 1 gig AT&T fiber is never 1 gig, but it'll be in the 900s BPS, and it is. The only thing I haven't done is ping the exact rhythmic servers in Aurora. I'm not sure what that IP is, but we'll see what happens today, and then I'll reach out to Bookmap if I need to. I'd be I wouldn't be disappointed to not have to pay for Bookmap, but I do like for my eyes and my brain and my dyslexia, etc. Pictures are better than numbers. So I like the I like the display and the way that it's presented. And I'm used to trading on it now, so it's, that's kind of handy, keyboarding and moving stuff. I know where things are, and I understand how it's working. So we're going to open here in a couple of minutes, yes, minutes. We have a report. The Michigan numbers are out at the top of the hour. Excuse me. Wife makes that coffee is dynamite. I'm going to go ahead and set this one to the RTH, which is going to start here pretty darn quick, like about now. Whoa, I hope that worked. Well, big open, and you see we have these. Where are we going here? You see, we have these lag delays on IRT, so I'm not, I'm not gonna throw my toys out of the cot about Bookmap on that one because it's happening with a big flush. I will now start to add my flagging my POC. I'm not. Well, it just was up there for a second. You can see how volatile this POC is at the beginning of the market. That's because there's very little price over here. So to change from 546 to 6 is what is it? 80 contract. That's why they're more volatile at the beginning. Oh, come on. Oh. I'm just plotting that is a chart to show naked volume points of control for these pillows. Now I'll get my charting back to normal here. There we go. Switch over to get my RTH going. And there is a tremendous amount of data happening nowadays, and it's always increasing. So these programs, not sure how they're going to adapt. The computers are, I believe, ahead of the programs as far as that goes, handling of data, but how these outfits are going to work is kind of how these machines are going to keep up with this increased amount of data is going to be interesting. All right, so what have we done here? We've traded down again. I'm all over the board here this morning. Sorry. All right, there was our swing high. Come on, man. Swing high, open, swing low. Now we're up here. You'll notice that the IB, again, it's just the high and low of the first 1 hour of trade, the first 1 hour of the regular trading session. They will continue to go up and down until that's over with, till that 1 hour, and then they'll set. That's all there's to it. The POC is, again, what happened here? That didn't work. POC is the price at which the most contracts have traded. All. So we've swung high and low. And we have the overnight, or the, this is the volume profile of micro composite POC right here. We have taken out, we need to push this up a little bit because it changed the skosh. So we've taken out the overnight point of control. Imagine that. And we have not taken out the overnight mid yet. No, we have not, because you see the RTH session here, and we are below the low. So that would be the next order of business in terms of probabilities numbers to take that out. All right. Market's quieted down. I am not getting any, I'm not getting a problem down here at the bottom, which is data choke. Starts getting all red. When it starts aggregating, then brown lines start forming here. So that's good. And IRT is smoothed out. They're heading for that overnight high, it looks like. It's a hell of a long way to go, but anyway. Remember that the overnight high is right there at 74%. There was an example about that overnight, or the IB high and low continued to adjust in the first 1 hour. Let's see if I get this right. It's 107. So this would be 0, 0, 58. I don't know whether that's a valuable thing to put in there or not. The commentary around the open. I'm getting behind here on my flagaroonies. I think I mentioned this, but maybe not. The purpose for doing this is that I can just, not have to look all around or scroll all around. Obviously, the yellow brick road here continues to plot all day long, but pretty quick it scrolls off the page. So you don't see, for example, you don't see where this one was, where the POC was here. Right there, right? And that's because it's over here when these stair steps going on over here. Pretty soon you can't do that, so it's easy to see in one fell swoop right here. And there's another one. There it is moving up. Now, something I want to be sure of is there's kind of an anomaly here, which might need a bit of commentary. And that is the Bookmap. IRT is immediate, right? All these levels change instantly. But when it's pushed to Cloud Notes, Bookmap only updates this column the smallest increment you can set is a minute. Now you see how the IRT pushed to that. Now in a second it's going to be back down here. But that's how it works. The price, the delay is around the frequency with which Bookmap allows Cloud Notes to update, or it requeries, repulls the data, whatever, however you want to call it. That's why there's a delay there. You'll notice it. You'll notice it a lot more up here with like the IB line will jump up because this indicator it has some code in it that enables you to refresh it a lot sooner than 1 minute. So it'll move, and then pretty soon the flag from this column will update. It's no big deal as far as I'm concerned, but interesting how how it jumps around revisiting price, isn't it? So here we were, then we're back down to here where we were before. Now we're down here where we were before. So, yeah. Looks like the IB or the overnight high may be secure, which I'm not sure what the hell that might mean. But anyway, that seems to be the case. They kind of got up here and ran out of gas. Had an iceberg here, 65 contracts, traded out 4, and this is a stops. These bubbles are delta. So if it's green and by size, it's a buy delta, and vice versa if it's red. This is absorption, these little square guys, and the dots here in this our stops, sweeps, and whatnot. I'm so hopeful that this bullshit goes away and that everything just lines out, you know. I'm about ready to just go back to something simple. The object is to trade, not go down some freaking rabbit hole about, you know, coding and this and that and something else. In my opinion, I'm not, because I'm not a, you know, high frequency guy or a quant or something like that. So for me to, I want to be spending my time vetting these trades. You know, if you go back to timestamp around the trading as a business, around 22 minutes into the stream, I explain it pretty thoroughly. That's what I want to focus on, because that's what I believe is that, I don't believe, I know that is really the trading business as a business. And that's my intention. You know, I'm very fortunate to have another involvement where that's very lucrative, and I've been doing it for a long time. And, you know, but you never know what can happen in this global environment. And trading is something that is, as long as you are protecting your account, the only, except for the software that you use, the only person that's involved in your trading is you in your trading business. So, you know, nobody's going to fire you. Nobody's going to tell you can't have a day off. Nobody's going to do anything like that. You are 100% in charge of your own destiny. And that's the way I've lived the majority of my life. And I prefer that. And that's in my DNA, I guess. Well, not my DNA, actually, but in my upbringing, because I grew up, and none of the people in my family before me worked for anybody else. They had their own business. I grew up as a rancher, so and that's very definitely your own business. And my other father, because my mom and that's a long story, but anyway, my other father had his own Cadillac dealership and never worked for anybody else in his life. And I did the same thing for the first several years, you know, multiple years of my life. I was a general contractor, and then I got to the Caribbean and had my own air cargo business because I'm a commercial pilot also. So this working for somebody else is relatively late in my life. Kind of pretty much run my own show, but still, you know, it's for another company. Here we go. Testing that IB high some more, baby. Well, that was a nice pullback. And here we go again. Well, what a surprise. Right back to the same price level. Is this still too high? Yeah. Now let me explain the importance of vetting trades. There's a setup in the TLab, and it's the most obvious one, so it would be fantastic if I could figure it out, called VPOC migration, which is how I actually flag up migrating VPOC, right? And basically what they say, the logic around it is as the VPOC moves in one direction, price is being accepted in that direction, and value is, as a consequence, being accepted in that direction. So trading in that direction is a good idea, because you always want to, or at least I believe you should always want to trade in alignment with context. You want to be part of the advancing army, not the retreating army, right? Counter rotations, picking trades, counter trend trading, all that kind of stuff is, I don't think, conducive to a long-term career in trading. But I can't get my head around the triggers and the setup required to make this VPOC migration trade pay out. I get hammered every time I try it. Here's a perfect example. We've gone down and up and down and up, and now we just VPOC migration up, right? So in theory, you're going to be looking for a long, and that's not out of the scope of possibility with the IB highs and the basic context of the market is up. If you look over here, what have we done? Well, we traded up, we traded down, and now we're getting essentially higher highs and higher lows so far. So up is basically the context I would be thinking about longs, right? And we had VPOC migration up. So what do? Okay, where's your trigger? And now there's a Tomism which says, well, it's price check at aisle 3. So they're going to run down here and see, is this too low? Is this too high? That's something he talks about. What they've done now is trade back down to the previous open, the overnight volume point of control, and the VWAP. But we still haven't made any higher ground against this. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying I don't know how to do it. And in my, if you follow along with the price over here, somewhere in here, if I'd entered, I would be looking at a stop. So though it's the most obvious, because that bright yellow line is moving around, it's the most obvious setup to try to start developing first. It's, for me, it doesn't work. And I thought, oh, this is great. That's the one I'm going to focus on in my vetting process, which I described earlier in the trading as a business. But I'm staying away from it because it doesn't, now what do? Well, so we traded down and checked. We traded down and checked if this price was too low. This is also the developing value area low and the developing value area high, which are just exactly what they say they are. Now are we going to trade back up? Back up to where? Because the VPOC has now moved down. So that's why I try to stay away from that stuff, especially that trade in the early stages of the market, given what logic that the VPOC is much more volatile in the initial stages of the market because the volumes are so low. It doesn't take very much to get from 36 to 37, right? And that's all it takes to move one. So that's the story. Now, if they get, here we are at 38. If they jump up here, and here we are at 38.15, we jump up here, and this is 38.10. This has got to go up 5 contracts to bring this POC back up here. I can change the market. So that's how it works. Day low 69.75. Yeah. Okay, so what? Where's my glasses? My eyes are killing me. Yeah, so I believe that trading is the most fantastic opportunity that's presented itself in my life, and I've had a lot of fantastic opportunities. My frustration is getting comfortably secure with it and being absolutely secure that it is a consistently profitable thing for me to do. I will probably never quit trying because I'm not that way. But I need to get this turned around. I need to get this into a completely dependable, comfortable situation quickly. So we're tippy toeing up here, just checking this price out and the developing value area high. Our low of the day is at right here at this new 2-day micro composite VPOC. Interesting, huh? Maybe not. Amazing how these things tend to be consistent. And then back down again, This is Friday. There's no, it is earnings season. I forgot about that. Yeah, hate that shit. It's as bad as a rollover. Yeah. Tom's just posting what I said earlier, the Michigan numbers at the top of the hour, and that's usually a mover. So here we are at the, this is the market profile chart, these are the volume lines, but the market profile itself are these TPOs back here, time, price, opportunity, developed by Peter Stottlemyre back in late 70s, or I guess early 80s. Monetized and attributed to Jim Dalton, but he absolutely did not develop it or anything else. What he did do, according to him, right, and I mean, I've heard this out of his mouth, is that he was head of the CBOT at that time. Dalton was part of setting it up. And Peter Stottlemyre came into his office and showed him what he was doing with this data and with market profile. And Dalton claims that he recognized immediately how valuable that was and gave Stottlemyre a check for 10 grand, which back then was a hell of a lot of money, so that he could continue to develop the market profile but with the requirement that that it would be licensed by the CBOT. And I've never heard Peter Stottlemyre's, confirmation or argument about that. But Jim Dalton very definitely did not develop market profile. Peter Stottlemyre did, with another guy whose name I don't remember. Jim Dalton's a salesman. Peter Stottlemyre was a data scientist and a trader. I think he was in the grain pits, maybe, or something. So we're going to slop around here, in my opinion, until 9, when we have the Michigan revised number. And this Michigan number is typical horseshit, right? You can have I think, if I'm not mistaken, Michigan, you can pay money and get the whisper number, get the number in advance, typical. Let's get typical. Reports can be I'm just reading what Tom's having to say here. What's that now? I'm hearing bings and bongs and something else going on here. I'm going to have to jump over to my other computer and see if something's happening on my other world, but I'm trying to figure out a way to focus 100% on my trading for a specific period of time. I'm upside down because moving over here we lived in Asia for years and it was perfect. The RTH session open was at 21:30. We lived in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And the market opened at 21:30. So the day was over. Any kind of, any distraction or obligations that could be from some outside were, over. It was at 9:30 at night, 21:30, right? It was just perfect. And now over here, I am in Central Standard Time. So, people are pinging me and doing this and doing that and emails and meeting this at frickin' Teams and all this crap because of now everybody is so used to virtual meetings. Wow, Know what I mean? It's something I've got to get used to. I've even started thinking about maybe trying to trade the overnight or the ETH, but I didn't have very good luck doing that in Asia. Again, I was in Asia, right? So it was the ETH would have been my day. ATM week high. What the hell does ATM mean? I mean, now, something about initiating on Bookmap with a keyboard is you have to have the focus on the Bookmap window. And I mean, I guess that's probably obvious to some people, but it wasn't to me initially. And I would, for example, if I had typed something on my notes, which is on another monitor off to the side, or been looking at the IRT or something like that, and then I see a trade developing and want to active. Ooh, look at there's the Michigan number. It would not hit. If you're trading with a mouse, that's not a problem, of course, because the mouse puts the focus there before it happens. But in my case, I initiate with a keyboard and not the mouse. So the mouse is in the house. I would say we're going to break out of this, and I'm thinking we're going to go higher. So let's see what happens here. My problem now is it's looking like Breakout City. Wow. Why didn't that work? Oh, yeah, it did work. Okay. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong here. I entered a limit and didn't get it. So I missed that trade. If you see that, there was a limit entry and I missed it. So I will now get rid of that order so that I don't get pinged because that's goddamn disappointing. That was a limit order entry and it didn't fire. And I would now be scaled, looking for higher ground, which is just really disappointing. First trade I've attempted all week. Glad to see that Bookmap's not falling over. God damn, that's irritating. It's really irritating. And there's our overnight high statistics. So we've taken them all out except the mid, I believe. Huh. Well, that's irritating. Oh, excuse me. Wow. Oh, 29. Anyway, I don't use market orders, and I guess I should have. See if I had hit a market order there. But what happens in that regard is there was my limit order, and this absorption passed me by. If I'd had a market order, I'd have been filled up here. So it really degrades your position And now I'm in the breakout, momentum world, and I don't like do that very well. I don't find that to be in my world, actually, in my journals, I have breakout as an error. I realize it's a valid structure and a valid system, and the turtles did it. They made excuse me, $5 million or $1.5 million in a year and a half, or something, 5 years. I don't know what it is, but anyway, momentum and breakouts are valid trading plans for a lot of people. But for me, I associate them. In my personal case, I associate them with FOMO, and so if I were to take, if I were to take a trade there, I would be considering that a FOMO trade, and that would be an error. I'm going to mute off here and try to stop coughing and sneezing. Well, I've been doing a lot of talking here while I was on mute. What I was irritating. I hope that the IB 30 and 60 stats description got recorded. Basically, it is that there is a statistic where the original IB stats are the high and the low. The IB, which sets at 930, is taken out 99% of the time by price in the remainder of the RTH trading session. Could be 1 second after, could be 1 second below or before the close. But Rod figured out over in TLab that there's also a high probability statistic that the high or the low or the first 30 minutes is exceeded by the high or the low of the second 30 minutes. So they call that the IB 30 and then the IB 60 statistic. Yeah. And now, I don't know what else I was saying, but I'm going to stand by here. We've now kind of reverting from a context of higher or up to a balanced or mean reversion scenario here where the POC is slapping back and forth. I kind of think that my missed entry here was a disappointment, because that would have been a pretty, I would have been scaled at least and had some, but anyway, it is what it is. So what do we got? 916. Okay, I'm going to go out and feed the animals. Well, are we going to take the IB high? Now we're at the overnight high stat. One would suppose that that's going to go out. We've got some liquidity up here above. The problem now is I was busy outside doing stuff, and the entry would have been this test down here at the IB high, at the developing value area high, not up here as I described earlier. A breakout is considered an error on my part. Let's take a look at the range. However, this is 3 to 4. Yeah, so that's only 1 point, right? So there's not the range. And there's the IB 30 again, because we're still not at 930, so the stat is not set. Shit. Yeah, well, it's all just my limit order was passed over, and now this is FOMO country up here, and they could continue to run it up, and how do you get on it? But yeah, it's not a trade that can be worked by me. Damn it, that's frustrating. My timing and everything just completely sucks lately. And you notice how the IB high is moving up because we're not at 930 yet. So the IB 30 stat continues to be exceeded or met or whatever you want to call it. Well, these girls up here are pushing on that. Well, that's frustrating. Damn it. Well, not being a rear view mirror trader, or I won't say, oh, I saw this and I entered here and this divergence here and I shorted that and all this kind of crap. That's the internet guru technique. And I don't trade against context, as I said earlier. Yeah, bummer. So where was my trade? My passed over entry was somewhere. Data aggregation is now happening. You see this brown line? That's data aggregation, and we've got all this red going on down here, but there's no lag on the part of IRT. At least it seems that the time is keeping up properly here. when they aggregate that. I guess where I had that shut down might have been a problem. I guess. Huh. Well, hmm. Well, as context changed, what the hell was that all about? I don't know. Down to developing value area low already. And if I'm not mistaken, which I don't think I am, the no, I'm not. The IB 30, the IB stat has not been taken out. And we are now pressing towards the IB low. We're closer to the IB low now than we are the IB high. So, yeah. Wow. I don't know what to do. I wouldn't know what to say at this point. Uh, yeah. There's some shit's going on, aggregating data and whatever happening, and IRT is not doing anything. So I don't know what to think. I know that's a pisser. Yeah. I don't see any rhyme or reason to this now. Looks to me like the high time frame are just trading the hell out of it, or shoving it around for whatever reason. software that works. Some software that works. Yeah, this aggregation crap's is real annoying. I gotta think about other software, which is just goddamn depressing because I was really quite, after a year or two, you get used to something, I've got a lot of processes and things in place that I like. But this is just stupid. Every time you see one of these lines and this all gets red, it starts aggregating data and jerking and chopping and whatever else. I mean, if it was my machine, I'd do something about it, but I don't think that it is. So there you go. Freaking irritating. Now I can't take this VWAP. Well, this is not actually the VWAP. This is the Globex VWAP, which is for the full session over here. You'll see that it aligns there because there's not 3 points to the first the current VWAP and then the POC. I'm not saying that isn't that wouldn't have been that trade wouldn't have worked out. I'm saying wasn't viable for me, and I wasn't in here and switched on when we came past the developing value area low. 75 to 78 to the open would have just been within the range. So I'll let it keep grinding along here and see what the problem is. That's really disappointing. And I don't know what to do about it, actually. Except be extremely pissed. Again, my real big problem is I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what to do about it. So good for him. Good for Barack. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Stepping under my feet. No. Yes. Just 1 minute.
It does what it does and how you might get. Now, the other thing to understand about trading, we all take stops, we all have losing trades. And cost of production, not a personal failure. When you are emotionally attached to the outcome of the trade, trading or trading based on emotional trigger, a whole different element. Now let's go to RPA. I'm going to take you into some elements here. trades are. And again, the thing about what I'm going to share in the stream, and there's no one way to trade. The thing that's very interesting that I have found is that it's a psychological. If you can understand, in other words, actually understand the mechanics, you can isolate facial size that you discipline. In other words, there's some traders who trade it is. You can see in the screen triggers it in. So what starts out looking like a scalp because we're using structure, then it's at the edge potentially of rotation. This location of this edge in the targeting, which is statistical base, which I'll share with you, determines the rotation and targeting, I should say. So if you're 10 points away from a target that has statistical probability, then you're not 10 points. Also have a trade management process. So that's the market back at you at a certain whatever that is that you embedded, you get taken out of the trade. And it might go on again to the target after rotation, or it may go directly there on a beeline, or you'll take a stop. That is our business. Prediction is not our business. Edge is our business. So this is trading. Thanks for visiting. So let's look. The last 2 days, you notice it's been shooting sellers. It appears maybe the sellers have a bit of an edge. They did a good job fighting the buyer. However, here's the however they say. By the way, everything is made. So prediction, nobody predicts. Most retail traders I have to really say casinos can't predict what's coming out of the record. So they're not in the business of prediction. Why would we think they're in the business of prediction? We can't predict anything. We only should play games like casinos. If you setups that have an edge, then the outcome. This is the highest volume for the last 2 days. I labeled it. It is a retail price. In the store, when you go shopping, the price of a with a high volume is the accepted price. In other words, buyers and sellers come together. Yeah, Louis, can a $2 I'll sell you a can of Louis. Well, with S&P, based on the last 2 days, this is where the highest volume. Right there. A couple things overnight. Naked volume.
give you a bit of a FOMO here, but I was thinking we're going to get the 2 o'clock push lower, and what I'm looking for here is continuation. If this works, it's continuing the wrong direction, but there we go. That was a complete waste of time. I'll put that down to FOMO. And here we go again. We're just to the tick. It is so amazing how that happens. So amazing how that happens. I was looking for a retest down to the POC. A mean reversion back here. Real poor trade placement entry. And what is that? 636. So that's about 635. 635. Poor lapse of judgment there. I'd actually thought about that once and stood back from it. But then I guess FOMO got the best of me. Happens to the best of us, I guess. Huh? And had I gone long, of course, I would be well in the money. So that's a classic example of FOMO. Not being your friend. And there you go. I remember all it's been so long since I traded. I try to remember all the stuff I got to do here. There we go. Make all the snaps and do all those things. Well, even though it seems to be choking on this data stuff, it does execute, and apparently, not that I'm particularly pleased with that outcome, but it does execute pretty well, seemingly. I still think they're going to try to. Oh, they may not. I still kind of think they're going to try to run it down in this 2 o'clock hour, the power hour towards the POC, but I obviously was late and FOMO'd on that one. I should have stayed in bed. Let's see here. Yeah, it's the low of that long swing down to the tick. Very, very disappointing of myself. Any number of these tests up here, the VWAP, would have been a much more intelligent trade. Nothing vetted about this, just strictly a FOMO FOMO or breakout thing. So that's a bad example, but there it is. that trade is one of my bigger issues that I need to be constantly vigilant against. And that's I've been distracted doing some other stuff here. I've been in front of the screens, okay, but I've been typing on another machine and sending a bunch of snaps and logs stuff to Bookmap for the problems I've been having. And then I turn around and see that action, and I look over at IRT, and it looks like we're breaking lower. I'll show you what I was looking at here. Get away from there. So it looks like we're breaking lower here, right? This is supposed to be doing something, but it's supposed to be having the results of the trade there. But anyway, so it's supposed to be, I see this breaking lower lows, lower highs, and I think, oh, they're going to run it down here to the VPOC, or at least test down here below this. And I just shorted it exactly the bottom of that swing on FOMO. So that's being not focused or I don't know if I'm ever really in sync with the market, but at least, mentally in tune with it and focused on it for some period of time is one of the bigger things I need to watch out for, which I attribute to a sense of FOMO, right? Oh God, look at that. Oh, short. Oh. What else you gonna do? And now here, and I just gone long. I've often thought maybe I should just, whenever I see something, do the opposite. Switch my keyboards around or something like that, Look at this. If I'd have gone long now, I'd be sitting on 12 points. Without any heat. 0. Bloop, straight up. Crazy. That really says something about, showing you the wrong thing. What I was saying here was, had I just gone long, bottom of this swing down at this volume right here, be on 12 points with 0 heat. So complete misread of the market. Stupid is another way to put that. I think my old Dell, I've got to either do something with it. Now here we go again. So I'm thinking, oh, now are they gonna do it? But I'm gun shy now, right? The only worst thing than going into Friday in a hole is being in a deeper hole. As someone wise once said, if you want to get out of a hole, the first thing you got to do is stop digging and put down the shovel. And everybody takes stops. But it's the difference is when you take stops on a stupid error, or when you have a vetted setup, which I've talked about a lot, and you take a stop because that's the nature of the market. It is random. You don't predict, you anticipate. And, this is not any form of a vetted trade. So it's out in space. So there's just so many things wrong with that. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Let's see here. Well, there's at least a trade on there. Minus 24 ticks. Because it's the risk neutral package. And of course, in hindsight, you're always looking for this kind of thing, right? So, okay, say you short right here. You've got this, then it falls down another 3-4 points. Well, had that been the case here, it would be risk neutral. And I still think that before the day's over, I would not be at all surprised to see them get down to this POC area and or especially over here to the why it keeps doing that, especially over here to the POC. We got to figure out why these aren't exactly doing what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to have, first they're supposed to turn off. Why that's not, why that trade viewer is not saying anything other than the stop loss stuff over here, I don't know. It's supposed to have a whole bunch of, graphics in there. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to get this set up to make the snaps more meaningful, but that doesn't say anything there near as I can tell. Oh, beat the hell out of me. I don't know. Turn that off, I guess. And that's not supposed to happen. That should be off. And why it's not off, I don't know. Yeah. The idea is that it goes off or on. If you look up here in the status window there, bar, whatever that is. So there it's added. Okay. And there it's removed. And so it shouldn't be there. So when you roll over here, you shouldn't see that thing. What about this note thing? I don't know if it's got something to do with it. I don't know. I'm going to just have to take those both off of here. I was thinking it would be nice to see because there's a lot of quite an extensive description of what they do. Shows the, MFE and AE and MFE and a bunch of stuff for every trade, and then all the specs about each trade. So it sounded like a great idea, but it just doesn't seem to be want to be working here. There should be data there. And why this is showing the black one when you mouse over it, I don't know. Let's see what we see here. If we go to, now there's two trade viewers. Why is it doing two? So there's the text around it, right? I don't see that. See how when you click on one, it flashes? That shows you where it is. Why that's doing that, I don't know. What this notes thing is doing, I don't know. And here's another trade viewer. That's the button. Okay. Well, I'm going to remove this and remove this. And I don't know what this note thing up here is either, nor do I. Oh, that's this story up here, which is this A note button. And I don't think I care about that thing anymore either. So close that. Now there's nothing happening on any of these places, and that's correct. Markets trading way back upward. Can you imagine shorting, going short right at the low of the multiple swings? Jesus. It's like, it's hard to imagine that I could be that precisely wrong or misguided or whatever it is. Okay. How many of these we got going on down here? Well, we only have one. I don't think this is working very well. I'm thinking I'll just take all this BS right off of here. I don't know. I'm going to leave it alone. I thought that I could just toggle it off and on with this trade viewer and be able to, when I do my snap for the journal, have all that data also there on IRT. Specifically, I was interested in the adverse or favorable excursions because that's a good thing to know. My journalytics would also do that if it were allowed to connect, but I don't have enough plug-in or add-on or whatever they call them connections to this Rhythmic account from TopStep. I only have 2. And, well, 1 actually, because if I had 2, it'd be great because this Rhythmic is direct. I mean, Bookmap is direct. The add-on is Investor RT. So if I was allowed 1 more of those, and in normal circumstances, you can have, I think, up to 5, then my journalytics would be automatic. It would capture all the trades with the excursion and everything else. And that's very meaningful data. Well, it's embarrassing. Well, not my week here. My machine's screwing up. That's the only trade of the week, I think. Yeah, the only trade of the week. I think it was, or maybe the first of the week. I don't know. First of the week, I did okay. For me, which I don't trade very much. So, but in that case, I did take a stop. So I persevered and came back to be profitable, which is always, just like now. So you're behind the 8 ball, 24 ticks. So you got to get, even just to get any profits, you got to get back to 24 ticks, and then there you go. But that's also a real quick way to dig a hole. I'm going to take this notes thing off of here. Maybe that's IRT. I don't know whether it's maybe my machine. Seems like IRT is not so great. Seems like it has issues now. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. But take this off of here too. Where'd that button go? And delete. I don't know what this freaking notes. Oh, there it is. Delete. Okay. Close. And do the same thing over here, I guess. So now we should be okie dokie. Where could I go now? Pushing out. Pushing back up over that IBI, and away we go. Something is really wrong here. This is the problem. If this gets other than white, means it's been scrolled back, means that I'm not seeing now. You see where price is? If you look down here, you're not even at the IB high yet. We're well above it, or up here and I only noticed that on Bookmap that we were trading over the top of developing value area high. Gosh, that would have been a dynamite trade if I'd have gone long. What a disappointment. What a disappointment. 86, 96, 206, 20 points. 20 points right there. Coming up to 20 points. At the 6 number, it's 20 points. Wow. Very, very, very disappointing. completely bad read there all the way around. And also, I probably haven't said it today or whatever, but my general trade preference is short. I don't know whether that's because I have a negative personality that I don't realize, or I just think it was from years of watching the market that the market takes the stairs up and jumps out the window down. So I've always kind of done well as a short trader. But in that particular instance, I didn't consider a long. And if you look at where that level is, okay, all that resistance, just a little bit above it, down to this high volume node test, and then up. And that's exactly where my short was, right at that low. And look at where we are. Pretty dismal performance there. Pretty dismal performance. Hope I got that. Nope, I don't have it all right. The hell's going on? IB30 and IB60 statistics. That's not down here. That's got to be way somewhere else. I think I've managed to get this buggered up here. I know for a fact that I didn't. Well, I don't know that for a fact. That 128 in, I discussed the IB30 and IB60. I think it would have been much different than that because of the timing. I don't know, that'd be about right. I was going to say, because that would be that 130 in, and I started at about 7:30 or 8, so that would be about the right amount of minutes to the IB set. And again, get this crap again going on over there. Yeah. So yeah, well, there's pretty much disappointingville over there. Let's see what happens now if this Bookmap chokes. You see how this is becoming 100%? This is where the choke starts, right there. And there is already one accumulation. And another one. And pretty quick, another one. And you see how jerky it is? Not moving smoothly. Notice, and this crap going on up here in the corner. Now, wow, VPOC migration. How wonderful. I'm so excited. Oh, well, that would have negated my, there's my VPOC target. I'm going to wait for this thing to fire another one of those aggregation things, and then I'll do a quick screen grab that shows all that data. Like that one right there. Yeah. So I have maximum allocated memory. I have one window and one instrument. I have no correlated instruments. I only have absorption, sweeps, stops, and then the lines, which I can't imagine are sucking up inventory or memory. Oh, really? That is pretty screwed up. Yeah, I don't know. I'll keep jamming these together and see if we get another choke. And I'm not going to try to trade back for that stop. That's not a wise thing to do at this point. I mean, it's the end of the day, right? Yeah, it'd be nice if I could get a three-pointer, but look at all these accumulations. It'd be nice to even it off. But maybe we're not going to get anything there. I was hoping to get these sucked together so my screenshot would show the Bookmap support people all the problems with the. Now here's something interesting. I wonder if I could correlate these aggregation points with a specific indicator. I'll have to try that. I don't think so, but you never know. I mean, and if the goddamn indicators that they make don't run on their own platform, I'm pretty sure I don't want to pay them $300 a month for this stupid platform, or 150 or whatever the hell it is. I mean, really, it's unfortunate too because I like it. I'm about ready to shut this one off and open up my Jigsaw so that I can see what's actually going on there. Well, I guess I can do that by shutting off the data. Oh, man. Shutting off the data. Top data. There we go. And then Jigsaw, where'd you go? There we are. Start Jigsaw. I want to see if the Jigsaw, whatever they call that Vista thing, works or not. Whoa, hello. Okay, so Bookmap is now active. Bookmap Jigsaw is now active and would be tradable if I wanted it to be. Right there. The thing is this is the auction Vista, they call it. It's by no means got all the bells and whistles and stuff of Bookmap. It does have columns here where I could automatically put stuff in, I guess, and it shows POC and value area and that stuff. And it doesn't seem to be having any issues drawing pictures. What I'm really curious to see is if it's showing this frickin', and it is, showing this ridiculous algo thing. Man, that's not what I wanted to do there. I didn't want to do that. what I wanted to do was, I don't know how to move this thing back and forth. It's been a long time since I opened this thing. I was looking at it the other night, wondering if they got anything fixed. It used to be a mess. It used to have balls and, you know, bubbles, and you could change the filtering and stuff on the fly, but I don't know whether they have or not. I don't see any of that stuff going on over here now. So, and it doesn't do stops and sweeps and absorption and those kinds of things, which are really, I think, really good. Yeah, I don't know how you make the damn thing. I don't know how you scroll this thing, to be honest with you. It's pretty stupid here, I'll tell you. This ought to be over here. This is the live trade, you know, window. That's what it's doing. And I can trade on this by just clicking over here in the dome too. And I do have hotkeys set up on here, but I don't remember what they are. It's been so long since I started. I think I bought this in 2014 or something. It's the best dome, Colin, always has been. And it's real light, real dependable. You can have a couple of logins to different accounts and all kinds of stuff. It's very professional. Oh yeah, there comes the little balls. One of them anyway. Axia futures and stuff, they were always used. Most anything you see there will have the Bookmap domes going on, or Jigsaw domes. Yeah, yeah. Right back. Yeah, now my problem, as I mentioned earlier, is I have a problem. I'm not. You see how big I've got this dome set up, and the way I have it set up with color-wise, because I'm not good at watching. I'm not good at reading numbers because of dyslexia. So, basically, I was usually watching the volume profile and POC and the VWAP and stuff like that. So, if I'm not mistaken, the POCs, this one right here, this red thing. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. And it's got stacking and pulling and, you know, what was it, the last spot and all that. And we're going to jump. I was just so hoping that the damn chart would print across and we'd be able to see. It looks to me like, I know there's a way you can do this. I just don't remember what it is. Roll this thing back and forth, you know. The point is, it looks to me like the algorithm is being tracked here. But with Jigsaw, you can just filter interval width and circle tuner and depth tuner, and you can filter all this stuff yourself, right, just up here. I think that they've tried to do that with Bookmap, coming out with a thing they call Trader Map Lite or Trader Map Pro or something like that, where I think they do that. But let's just see here. I could remember how you do the damn thing. That's just stupid. Should be able to just grab this thing and pull that edge over. Is there a line or something up here I'm not seeing? I mean, that's really, I guess it's based on data and it doesn't have enough data yet, I guess. But this should be able to spread this thing out. I don't know what any of this crap is, to be honest with you. It's been a long time since before I didn't look at the Trader Vista thing for a long time. These are Delta balls, which would need to be changed. The size is correct. If I can just make those straight up Delta, that would be better, as I have them on Bookmap. That just kind of pretty much sucks. So that one of the things that I noticed early on about Bookmap, and one of the reasons why I pursued it and went with it, was the ease of, that this was always a problem on Jigsaw, was getting this thing to be able to scroll back and forth and, zoom in and zoom out and all the kind of stuff you can do with ease on Bookmap. He just never got it figured out. Didn't get it figured out. Started out as a dome guy, Peter Davies, Jigsaw, lives in Bangkok. So don't see that flush. I'm trying to see if any of these bubbles or any of this crap correlates at all to what we got going on in Bookmap. Depth scope. Depth tuner. That do? Oh, that's no good there. That would see. That's how you would get rid of these algo boys there, I guess, if that's what it's actually doing. And is this correct now? Doesn't look like that's too correct to me. Interval width. Oh, there we go. There you are. Okay, so it's the interval width that matters here, apparently. I guess that's their version of zooming in and out. And then that would filter out some of that stuff, but that doesn't really do me a lot of good. Where, is one of the things that, I don't know, maybe playing with it matters, but look over here at Bookmap. Okay, so you can see exactly when that liquidity came in the book, or this liquidity came in the book, and when it's, it's still sitting there, and at what level. I don't see anything correlating at 5504 up here. Oh, well, that could be because I don't know if yeah, there it is. So this is 5504, but you can't, and it's there same way, but you can't smoosh down enough to see when it started and correlate that to time. So that isn't very helpful, I don't think. So let's see what some of these are. 95 quarter. Yeah, that's VWAP. VPOC is down there at 92 half. Yep. Okay. I mean, this part, the dome part and everything of Jigsaw is real accurate and always has been. It's how Peter started long, way before I bought it. And this was one of those situations where I bought the thing and, it was, I don't know, $500 or something like that. It's good for life. Updates and everything else. Yeah. So this is circle tuners, interval width. What's that mean? Oh, okay. It narrows the gap here, I guess. And oh yeah. So that narrows the gap and gives you some idea of what's going on. Now, does that correlate? So did this come into the market at 1440? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. Depth tuner. Pretty stark, huh? Circle tuner. It's this shit. I don't see the circles looking like they're right, but maybe. This is delta, if I'm not mistaken, and this is something, I don't know. Cumulative delta chart and closed depth chart. Cumulative delta chart. Okay. Hey, Panda. My cat's sitting here intimidating me into going out and petting her, combing her, and interval. So what's the goddamn difference here of interval and interval width? I guess this means there's 11 intervals across here, and the interval width is in pixels, I suppose. I don't know. What's this do? Oh, that's a circle thing. Okay. So that's kind of what we have. This is kind of what we have here on. Goddamn, if you could just do that with a mouse, that'd be so much handier. I mean, that's the thing about it. Bookmap is slick, so much slicker. Hi, Panda. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm not taking any trades in the next 10 minutes. And now, if I did take a trade, it would automatically go to Journalytics because Bookmap or Jigsaw is connected. Unfortunately, IRT's working. It's Bookmap that's falling on its ass. Here we come back to VWAP. Yeah. Now, tell me how you're going to trade these numbers and make something out of it. I mean, I can't. That doesn't do me any good at all. And according to this, those are all half deltas. These delta bubbles are all reading halves, where over here, the majority on Bookmap, that's showing the majority as delta. So they're going to, well, they did. They brought it back down to VPOC. They brought it down to where I thought it was going to go, but the POC migrated up, if I remember, and I do. So yeah, I guess I'm not showing the right thing. This is the thing I've been talking about and not paying attention to having open or not. This is a Bookmap with the Vista auction Vista chart or whatever they call it now. This is the Bookmap dome or Jigsaw dome, and this is the version of the volume profile, which is very accurate. POC, VWAP. I probably have. I guess I don't have IB high or IB low in there. That would be O2, would be in here. And this is the Vista, so it's falling lower. And if I was a brave boy, I'd jump on a short and grab 3 off the top and be back to neutral. I've done that before, but I don't think my luck is too good today. So My luck meaning my ability to think clearly about this. These red lines up and down and the candlesticks basically are something I never saw before. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, these little dots are probably VWAP or something on those candles. I'd like to get rid of this stupid black thing over here somehow. I don't know how. Oh, well, there we go. That helps a little bit, I guess. I guess now it's the same deal. Let's just change the colors. Out the depth scope. Depth tuner. Throw this chunk at 1 and see what happens. Look at that. What the hell is that all about? Huh. That's pretty weird. Yeah. Looks like they're going to close it off right here to POC. We got 6 minutes left. Now, that doesn't mean that's what they're going to do. What that means is that they may slam it all over the place, which is what they're doing. And this doesn't give you the, all the different. Bookmap's definitely a good program. I'm just disappointed that it's stopped working right. That's really eats on me. If stuff isn't working right, that just throws me completely off. I mean, you look at there and then you look over here. There's your, so easy to just scroll up, scroll down, see where your value, where your levels are. And even if you didn't have the cloud notes pushed, it's really handy here. Yeah. Love to get 3 points quickly, which is, you would think would be pretty easy in a market that's moving this quickly. 5 minutes to the close. You would think you could grab a fast 3 points and be back to neutral. I mean, but here comes more of the aggregation and the jerkiness now. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, this is all screwed up. Oh, that's disappointing. That 20-something points I could have had if I gone along at the exact second I shorted. I guess that's a real problem I need to deal with. And here I will shut the stream off or I guess let it run out and put in the notes, etc. Yeah, I don't know that I could get used to trading that. I don't know what I would see there. One of the things that you notice is there's so much more activity. It seems to be more activity on Jigsaw than Bookmap. You just watch the two jump together and you'd think they'd be exactly the same data, right? same data feed too. So how can that be? So we're coming up to the VPOC here. Boom, on both. Yep, there we go. Now we got the VWAP just above us. Now Jigsaw is fixed, right? So I can fix this width. This is ticks. So this is a tick width that I've got it set at. And I've got the thing blown up so I can see it on the smaller monitors I had before. I haven't really run this on these 32-inch 4Ks necessarily. Yeah, so I don't know. That Vista doesn't do much for me, really. What does that mean? I don't know. Jigsaw has charting now too, but it's from a real rudimentary package. And it's just extra crap as near as I can figure. I don't even know how you do it, to be honest with you. Oh, where's that other thing? Where's the control thing? I think you do this, and that starts the chart. Symbol ES. U, where did you go? U24, there we go. Okay. And you can pick a chart and you can do whatever, CSI, whatever that is, Jigsaw, CSI, footprint, reverse footprint, market profile. Let's see if they have just a normal Renko like I have everywhere else. Yeah. But it doesn't have wicks, which is irritating. So let's look at some other thing over here. Well, okay, so there's a Renko. Let's try to set it up exactly like I would have it on now. Can you trade that? I don't think so. I don't think I can. And I don't know how you add a indicator, maybe. Nope. Nope. Indicators, okay. Is your volume profile? Of course, there's a million. It's stupid. So where the hell is that? Where is volume profile to do with that? I don't see any place, right? Where is volume profile? I don't see that. So we go down to volume profile. Oh, I guess you got to double click it, maybe. Apply. I'll bet you can't put volume profile on a Renko chart. I'll bet that's the problem. And I'll bet you if you go up here to what's market profile look like? That's Jigsaw Trading, actually. Okay, so there's Jigsaw Trading's version of market profile with the volume profile chart. Now, it don't need the volume profile because it has the volume chart alongside the market profile. So, yeah. So let's try doing something different. Let's go to, I don't know what CSI is, I forget. Like the sheep index. Yeah, it's a sheep index. That was an old thing of what's his name. So let's just look at a plain candle with and see where the volume profile went. So there's a volume profile around the candle chart. The problem with that is, yeah, well, I guess the problem is what's this? Because here, you see, it's doing the entire, all of this. It's not doing the day session. So there's a real balanced looking thing, however many days back that goes. I guess it's full session, so it goes back to 30. I guess that's what it is. Oh, okay, so you can just roll them in and out and do something here, I guess. That's pretty stupid looking. So there's 8:30. Why the session bar is over here, I don't know. And this is the profile, and the day's over, and I'm down. So there you go. So this is, compared to what I have, it's pretty rudimentary and definitely not particularly useful that I can see. But I will take advantage of sending the trade stats again. And I will go over here and here. And I will disconnect. There we go. And I will save all. And I'll shut down my old friend Jigsaw. There we go. Yeah, so that's disappointing, but that's what it is. I mean, when you look at it like this, it's just this is so much more elegant and so much more user-friendly and useful, in my opinion. The next thing I guess I would have to do if Bookmap continues to leave me out of the picture here or not function right is get up to speed with trading on IRT. And what I don't have, or what they don't have in any way over here, or I guess nobody has really figured out how to do it yet, is the heat map, which is the handy part because I don't read all these numbers. I don't have to. I can look at the liquidity sitting here and know where the hell I am. So, yeah, I guess that's where it is. And what has that been, like 7? I guess 07, I suppose. So 92. I'm going to shut this off. I see no reason to sit here and have this thing grind along.